Hey guys, it's 5 o'clock. Standard time for me to be starting my stream. This is the Ask Me Anything. You can sit here, you can talk, you can chat. I want to hear what you guys have to say. I want to talk to you all and see what's going on. It's been quite an interesting ride so far. This is the beginning of the year, the 12th of January. And thank you all for showing up. If there is anything that you want to talk to me about, I am here. And I will answer all of your questions. Any of them. Bring them to me. Let me know what you got. Also, Nutter Butter! Because I got Nutter Butters today and they're delicious! Oh, so good. Hey Raven, thanks for showing up. Really do appreciate it. How are you doing? Oh wait, I already know because I've been talking to you all day. Raven's pretty cool, gotta say. I really like that girl. How do you get Twitch and Streamlabs to stop hating me? That's a good one. Well, first you have to make sure that your bit rates and your settings are all correct. And since you're using it with the phone, I really don't know what kind of suggestion I could give to you, considering that it is completely different on the phone than it is on the computer. And I've never used it on my phone. But how are you doing today, Katojo? Well, that's cool, Katojo. It takes a little bit of messing around to get these settings correct to be able to get them to do what you want them to do so that you can be productive. I know. It's a pain. I really do like no copyright sounds. So great. I know I'm not gonna regret this. Get reckless, everybody. Rickety, rickety, wreck! I'll be getting some I'll be getting some nachos very shortly. Nacho. Don't give in to temptations, everybody. Welcome to the Ask Me Anything with the Kent Show. Feel free to ask me anything that comes to your mind, and I will answer them to the best of my abilities. And don't forget, I love you all. I'm simply just waiting for some nachos ready shortly. Mmm, delicious. Hello, Shoshoto. How are you doing today, buddy? I'm glad to hear it. Only for the skills, eh? Yeah, there's still a lot of skills that I don't have in the game, honestly. I could be farming the crap out of that game, honestly. Today, I just want to sit down and talk with you guys, the chat. I want to know what you guys think. If you have any questions for me, this is the time to be asking them. I will be answering any and all questions presented to me to the best of my abilities with this Ask Me Anything with the Ked Show. I love you all so much. Rainbow Six Siege is a fun game. I don't have it though. But I do agree that it is the best Rainbow Six since Vegas. The one where you can make your own custom characters. Well, that's a big 180 from yesterday, considering the fact that you like this. You said that you always think about things and you think a little too much. I love this. Yesterday while we were fighting in Xenoverse 2. You can always refer to the past broadcast to see when you said it. Hey Kaito, thank you for stopping by, buddy. How are you doing today? Is work going well for you? Take care, Shishoto. Have fun with Rainbow Six Siege. Hope you get tons of kills and tons of wins. And Kaitozo, I don't know if you're still there, but I hope you're doing well, buddy. Kaito Regeki, good inside, but mostly dying on the outside. Well, that does happen when you overwork yourself, but that is the name of the game when it comes to making money, right? Welcome to the Ask Me Anything with Takensho. I'm here to answer any and all of your questions that you have for me to the best of my abilities. And don't forget, I love you all. Thank you all for showing up. Thank you for watching. I really do appreciate it. Clean up your mess. I'll myself find my own grass. Regress? Regress! Transition right over to the next song. Beautiful transition. I'm just here to talk to you, the chat. I just want to answer anything that you have for me. Oh yes, that's right. Ask me anything, and I shall answer. I'm also going to be getting nachos very shortly. Oh, I have something. Interesting. ASMR with the Ken Show. Yeah, I do just randomly pull up a glass thing is like tapping it in the mic, I know. I could do some interesting things, but That stuff is just... Ugh. Question. Got an answer. What's your question? Why is Kaito the best boy? Because he's the #1 donator on everything, as well as being one of the nicest guys that's willing to help you with any and all issues that he can. Hey, you do go out of your way to help a lot of people. You do your best to resolve drama with the least amount of issues on everybody. Didn't you go through the definition of e-boy and find out that you are not an e-boy the one day? How you doing today, J-Soul CBC? Foiled your e-boy plots. You are Kaito Regeki, musician and singer extraordinaire. Not to mention Racer Boy. You can use that title, bruh. I'm glad to hear that you're doing well, J-Soul. It's been a while since I've seen you. Feel free to ask me anything, because this is the Ask Me Anything with the Ken Show. I will be doing the best of my ability to answer all of your questions that you have for me. I also will be getting nachos very shortly. Winter quarter classes started on Monday, and that's been my primary focus. It's a very smart focus. Kaito, the best boy. Hope you ace every one of your classes, J-Soul. I know you will, with enough hard work and dedication and effort. Hello, Elizabeth. How are you doing today? Oh, that's upsetting to hear, J-Soul. What happened to it? Interesting. It could have been a loose wire. If it's under warranty, you should be able to get a new one back with no problem. Well, you can't exactly try to fix it yourself if it's under warranty, but if it wasn't, then yeah, you should be able to figure something out. Oh. Yeah, the wire work in those are a bit low quality. However, for the affordability, you can't knock it. One thing that I've learned from cheaper technology that is that they are a bit more delicate, not as heavy duty as the more expensive stuff. And it's just the same for a lot of things. However, there are a lot of expensive things that do have some pretty shoddy work as well. You got to be careful about what you're buying. That's why you got to look into it first beforehand. I will be right back. I'm going to go check and see if the nachos are done. Alright, so in a half an hour or so, it'll be tacos, not nachos. Even better. So far we've gotten one question from you guys. Kaito and his how is he the best e-boy question. Well, best boy. And now, we know. Because he's always willing to help people. Resolve any type of drama. To the best of his ability. I also added him because he likes to be a top donator. Which I very much appreciate. Any other questions? That's a good Sam dog. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Good boy. Good dog. He's a happy doggy. Yes, yes, yes. Nutter butters are so delicious. Oh, that drop though.
I can never ever find the right words, and there's no way this is real life. There's no telling you're the right girl, so I can only say that it feels right. It feels right. It feels right. Yeah, I can only say that it feels right. It feels right. It feels right. Yeah, I can only say that it feels right.
It's so right that it's so wrong.
Never had a doubt, felt like this is just a must. Put me in perspective, I'm the deepest in the cut. Everybody tuning in, but this is just for us now. We know I ain't ballin' yet. Hoes wanna holler, oh no, I don't call them back. Girl, let me see you hold it down, we gon' have a blast. Cause I just wanna know what you gonna do with all of that. Ain't gotta say a word, I know what's up. You can have it all, watch me rip it off. I'll admit it, you got me feeling hella loved. Even when it's going down, know that we gon' live it up. Young shot caller, always been a baller. Know that you the
Welcome to the Ask Me Anything with the Ken Show, where I will be answering all of your questions to the best of my ability. Don't forget, I love you all and really do appreciate you all tuning in. Feel free to ask me any question that comes to your mind, and I will do my best to answer them. Feel free to ask me anything. I will answer all of your questions, no matter what. Yeah. And if you're curious as to what I'm listening to, I'll pull it over on the screen for you.
Kids screaming in the cradles, profanities. I see the world through ice covered in ink. Cross out the ones who heard my cries and watched me weep. I love everything. Fire spreading all around my room. My world's so bright, it's hard to breathe, but that's alright. Hush.
This is a cool one right here. Welcome to the Ask Me Anything with the Ken Show. Feel free to ask any questions, and I will do my best to answer all of them to the best of my abilities. And don't forget, I love you all. Thank you all for watching. Really do appreciate it. Welcome to the Ask Me Anything with the Ken Show. Feel free to ask me any questions and I will do my best to answer them all to the best of my ability. Thank you for watching. Really do appreciate it. Don't forget, I love you all. After this song, we'll be listening to this video here. This is a very interesting one.
You know, when forming the Bill of Rights, you'd think the founders must have had some damn good reasoning behind making the right of the people to keep and bear arms Amendment number 2. And there's a lot of important history behind why that is. Let's get into it. A well-regulated militia being necessary to the security of a free state, the right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed. Now, where does something like this even come from? Well, we need to take a look back at history a little bit, and the cultural attitudes and influences that resulted in these words being written into our Constitution. And I like history, so let's start all the way back to 1628, with the founding of the Massachusetts Bay Colony. It was founded by the Massachusetts Bay Company, and was subsequently colonized with about 20,000 English migrants, many of whom were strongly Puritan in their religious beliefs. They loved their God, they loved their Jesus, and they loved their hard working. Eventually, the colony would start to hold local elections to decide on their leaders. And at the time, the governors that were selected had to be Puritan in their beliefs. And even to be able to vote, you had to be formally admitted by your local church and have your religious views examined by the church congregation. They want to make sure they're getting the real Puritans here. No heathens. This heavy Puritan atmosphere surrounding the colony would end up making the people largely intolerant of any other religious views. I'm looking at you, Quakers! And because Puritanism was an offshoot of the Church of England, they weren't particularly keen of some of the people back home. So we're already getting a taste of some of the animosity for the crown. But after establishing the colony, the people of Massachusetts found some pretty good economic success. The fish were aplenty, they're making all sorts of timber products, selling furs, hunting whales for their juicy blubber. Juicy, juicy, juicy. Having lots of babies, and trade was looking pretty good too. They were making a name for themselves, and building up their own community. And this was largely done independently. True freedom. And then came the Red Man. No, I'm just kidding. And then came Squanto. No, I'm just kidding. And then came the Indians. Now, the colony originally had some pretty good relations with the local Indian tribes. No one really wanted to cause any more trouble than they had to. And for the most part, in the early colonial days, the people were just trying to get by and survive. I know this gets muddled a lot due to politics in our terrible education system, but if you didn't know, the early settlers weren't out committing genocide on the Indians 24/7. They were just trying to get by, with as little conflict as possible.
I seem to have brought a little something for you to put 'em in your peace pipe. $40. What? $40. What? $40.
But eventually, someone just had to start some shit, and we get the Pequot War from 1636 to 1638. And the colonists were on their own against the Indians. No help was coming from Great Britain. It's just us. And the result of this war was the virtual destruction of the Pequot tribe and a couple hundred dead bodies. The numbers aren't exactly clear on that. But with this war, we established the idea that the people of Massachusetts were able to hold their own and claim their ground. So now the community has grown even tougher skin and were able to come together and make a name for themselves, helping to create the framework for an independent identity from England. We're hardcore Puritans, we're making a living on our own, and we don't need no help from Great Britain. A few decades later, we get King Philip's War from 1675 to 1678. Now this war is considered by many to be the single deadliest war in North American settlement history. We had around 4,000 total casualties, 1,000 of those being on the colonist side, along with the complete decimation of various towns, local populations, the economy of Rhode Island, and more than half of the towns in New England were attacked by the Indians. But at the end of the day, the colonists persisted, yet again, and repaired their towns, repaired their trading routes, bred some more, and continued to spread their New England influence and claim some more land. Now I cite all this history because it's important to lay down the foundation of culture, society, and identity among the colonists. They're mostly sovereign settlements and have established their own governments and their own rules. They created their own towns and their own trade and marketplaces, are relatively independent of England, and not only that, they themselves, without the help of the British government, were able to fend off large Indian attacks on a multitude of occasions. All of this would help to build a New England identity, and particularly among the people of the Massachusetts Bay Colony. And this will be important as we go on to talk about the development of the Massachusetts government. But first, we need to go back to England, because during this time in England was the Great English Restoration of Charles II. Charles was back from a 14-year exile, and he was taking his rightful throne.
Yeah, I'm thinking I'm back.
However, with the restoration of the English monarchy came some problems for the colonists, because unlike the previous monarchs and protectorates, Charles II wanted to have more oversight on the colonies from the crown. Hey, what's going on over here? And the crown started making some moves to have more authority over colonial governing. So they issued some quo warranto writs and a scire facias which formally gave the crown control over the colonies, thereby rescinding the original royal charter. And to complement this, they also implemented the Navigation Acts, which restricted the colony's trading abilities. Now by this time, Charles II had died, so his brother James II was in charge of this new unified dominion of New England. But he couldn't run the whole thing on his own, so he appointed Governor Edmund Andros, who essentially ran the place with an iron fist and was described as being very haughty. Oh, and he hated Puritans. Great. Oh, and not only that, this new dominion of New England also introduced the Church of England into the colonies, and especially in Massachusetts with the construction of the King's Chapel. You know, that Anglican church that literally everyone in Massachusetts was trying to get away from, because, you know, they're all Puritans. Oh, yes, let's go to church, yes. I love church, yes, What the fuck? So the people living in the colonies were pissed off. Not only did this new dominion place them under the control of some asshole who was administering for some other asshole 3,000 miles away, but it also completely revoked their charters, which was how they established their own governments. And it completely stripped them of their sovereignty and the rights they had made within their charter governments. Massachusetts was by far the most reluctant colony in the bunch, and they resisted any semblance of crown rule over them as much as they could. Remember, these guys are all Puritans who had just spent the last 50 years building up a new Puritan way of life and style of governing. The king? Our new figure of authority? A follower of the Church of England? Filth!
You filth.
Well, luckily for the colonists, back home in England was yet another uprising. Our good friend William III, otherwise known as the Prince of Orange, invaded England, kicked out Jimmy II, married his daughter Mary, and together they jointly ruled England, bringing in a new age of British rule. Now, along with their rule came a very important document known as the English Bill of Rights. We'll get back to that later, but first, with this news of a new monarchy back home, the colonists decided, okay, we got a new monarch, there's a revolution going on back in England, let's get this Andros fucker out of here, right now. And that's pretty much what they did. They rounded up the mob and put him in jail as part of the 1689 Boston Revolt. And they all went back and reinstalled their old charter governments, effectively dissolving the Dominion of New England and going back to the way things were. Somewhat. While certain colonies like Rhode Island and Connecticut were able to reinstate their old governments, a colony like Massachusetts had a bit more trouble in doing so, mainly due to the legality of reinstating their old government. See, another thing that a lot of people forget these days, or don't know, or don't really care about, is that this is a nation of laws. At least it's supposed to be. Now it's a nation of emotions and feelings. And since legally the old Massachusetts Bay Charter was revoked with the restoration of Charles II, the Massachusetts Bay Colony didn't really have a legal foundation to reinstall their old charter government. But because King William of Orange was a Protestant, and because reinstating the old charter government would have meant reinstating a Puritan government, King William said, no way. And he and his buddies over at the Lords of Trade formed up a new charter in 1691, creating the province of Massachusetts Bay, which now included the entirety of Plymouth Colony and parts of Maine and Nova Scotia. This new charter also changed some of the rules in voting and government, and removed a lot of the Puritan-based religious laws. The governor of the colony and certain senior officials in the government also began to be appointed by the crown, taking even more sovereignty away from the colonists. Oh, and you had to start taking oaths to the king. This change was not all that welcome. Add on to that some more restrictions like the Navigation Acts of 1660 and 1696, and the colonists became even more unhappy. Skip ahead a couple years to 1733, and now the British were imposing the Molasses Act, which placed taxes on sugar and rum. Alright, listen. We have fought off hordes of Indians all by ourselves, we have cultivated this land all by ourselves, we have grown these colonies into major trading centers, we have created a culture designed for us to thrive in, and now you're telling me that you're going to tax our goddamn sugar and tell us that we can't trade with whoever we want to trade with, and that we can only use British ships to trade with? Yeah. Skip ahead a few more years and now we have the French and Indian War disrupting colonial life, and then the impositions of the Stamp Act, the Declaratory Act, the Townshend Act, the Sugar Act, the Quartering Act, and people are starting to get a little pissed off. And no less the people from Massachusetts, especially after the Boston Massacre, and then later the Boston Tea Party. And by now you should know where this is all leading up to. But here's where we get our first real influence on the writing of the Second Amendment, and it starts with the lead up to the Battle of Lexington and Concord. So after the Boston Tea Party incident, Britain was not having any more delinquency from Massachusetts. They dumped the tea in the ocean. What the fuck? And on May 20th, 1774, Parliament passed the Massachusetts Government Act, which officially repealed the 1791
Welcome to
charter
Ask Me Anything,
and placed
Flicker
even more
Flames. How
power
have you
in the
been?
hands of the crown. From this point on, town meetings were forbidden without the approval of the governor, who was also appointed by the crown. The Executive Council, which used to be democratically elected officials, were now appointed by the crown as well, and many other positions in the local government were now appointed by the royal governor.
Glad
such
to
as
hear
the
it.
Attorney General, provosts, marshals,
Yes,
justices
this
of
is
the
the Ask
peace,
Me Anything
and
with the
even
Ken Show,
judges.
where I
The
will
act
do
was
my best to
designed
answer
suppress
any and
and
all
control the
questions that you
people of
have
Massachusetts
for
Bay.
me.
And in the words of Lord North, it was designed to take executive power from the hands of the democratic part of government. And 1 month later, on June 1st, 1774, Parliament also decided to enact the Boston
kind of
Port
stuff?
Act, which officially
This?
shut down the harbor until all reparations were made to the King
This
of
is
the East
literal.
India Company,
I like-
and until
I
all
like
subjects of
actual history.
Massachusetts bowed down to the
I don't
law.
really like sarcasm. I like
Now,
real
this was it
history.
for the colonists, and not just
And this
those
is a
in
really funny way to
Massachusetts,
put it
but
together.
everywhere. This act was seen as so harsh by all the other colonies, mainly because it effectively shut down the economy of Massachusetts, that they started sending in tons of grain shipments and other relief aid to help out the citizens of Massachusetts. All of the colonists started to feel a little closer connection to each other by this point, and the center point of that connection being screw the crown. What proceeded next were three very important events. The first event occurred on September 9th, where we get the passage of the Suffolk Resolves. It was written by the local leaders of Suffolk County, Massachusetts, and called for a boycott on all British goods until each and every intolerable act was repealed. But most importantly, it called for all the colonies to start raising militias. Next, on September 17th, the members of the very first Continental Congress, which was just 2 weeks in at the time, endorsed the Suffolk Resolves and reiterated the call for boycotts on all British goods until the demands in their Declaration of Colonial Rights were met by the Crown. As John Adams wrote at the time, "This was one of the happiest days of my life. In Congress we had generous, noble sentiments and manly eloquence. This day convinced me that America will support Massachusetts or perish with her." And finally, on October 7th, we get the creation of the Massachusetts Provincial Congress, where John Hancock would end up being its president. The Congress would essentially govern all of Massachusetts outside of British-controlled Boston, taking on all the roles of an official government. But most importantly, it started to raise a militia. And that was it. Massachusetts was in a state of rebellion. We find that a part of your Majesty's subjects in the province of Massachusetts Bay have proceeded so far to resist the authority of the Supreme Legislature that a rebellion at this time actually exists within the said province.
Welcome back, Liz. Have any questions for me?
But the colonists were ready, and they were waiting, and they had formed an army ready to act on the defensive, which was to be justified on the principles of reason and self-preservation. Meanwhile, the British Lieutenant Colonel Francis Smith received orders on April 18th to march with utmost expedition and
Well, I hope you
secrecy
enjoy
to
this video
Concord,
then.
where you will seize and destroy all military stores. They're coming to take our guns! And that was that. We all know what happens from here. Now, before we get into the details of the writing in the Second Amendment, we need to talk about what the pressing issues were for the founders on the idea of resistance to tyranny. What can we do to curtail an oppressive regime and prevent the risk of tyranny? And this is where we get the initial split between the Federalists and the Anti-Federalists. The Federalists assumed in the beginning that there would be no need for a Second Amendment or a Bill of Rights. They just assumed that state and local governments would be able to repel any federal government attack, and that we didn't need to protect these very obvious and well-respected natural rights, because a federal government wouldn't even think about trying to step over those boundaries. In their view, a Bill of Rights would wind up limiting the rights of the people over actually protecting them. This was the view of guys like Alexander Hamilton and James Madison initially. Well, the Anti-Federalists weren't having this. Show me any government throughout history that hasn't stepped over the rights of the people. Show me one. Guys like George Mason stated that to disarm the people, that was the best and most effectual way to enslave them, by totally disusing and neglecting the militia. And unless this natural right was protected from the federal government, they figured that it would only be a matter of time before the government would come after the people's guns and try to dismantle the state militias. So what's to stop this new government from trampling all over our natural rights? And this is the point that you need to understand about what natural laws and rights are. These things are not granted by the government. They pre-exist government. They are not positive laws, which are laws passed by human institutions. They are laws of nature. And that's why the Second Amendment, and more broadly the Bill of Rights, and all 10 amendments within it...
Sure thing, I'll put that on right after this video.
...against the federal government over rights that have already existed throughout time and through the tradition of natural law, and are settled by the authority of God. God, Juice Boy? Aw, boy, here we go again with the Bible thumpers. What is this, some PragerU bullshit? This isn't even an issue of religion. As Kevin Williamson over at National Review puts it, whether one believes that man was created by God or by evolutionary processes, the conclusion ends up being the same. Man has reason, individual and corporate dignity, individual and corporate value, and these are not subject to revision by any prince, power, or potentate. Natural laws are inherent within the objective reality that human beings inhabit, not of the institutions that human beings create. Men are not angels. And without natural law, you cannot make any sense out of moral or political freedom, because you are not operating under a set of objective standards, but rather under a subjective and ever-changing criterion that becomes impenetrable to reason and debate, as it only runs on the emotions and desires that are shaped by the environment. When you find
Looks like the
yourself
tacos are ready to be made.
morals created by human beings, you find that the best
So,
way to secure those
I will be
morals
back.
are
I'm going to go get
screening,
some
public shaming,
tacos.
harassment, and curtailing of basic human rights like freedom of speech. When you operate under objective reality, you find the best route of reasoning to be debate and critical argumentation. These things exist in nature, and our ability as human beings to reason and comprehend the world around us allows us to find these objective truths, which long predate any system of morality our species can create. And if you follow this line of reasoning, this set of objective truths had to be formed by some ultimate transcendent source, that being God. Or, if you don't really feel like going there, your individual capacity for reason can lead you to these same objective truths. The conclusion remains the same. Or as George Mason put it, the laws of nature are the laws of God, whose authority can be superseded by no power on earth. And bestowed under natural law is the individual human right to self-preservation and resistance to tyranny, which, going back to the English Bill of Rights of 1689, which was one of the primary sources of inspiration and precedent for the Second Amendment, was precisely the type of language used to affirm the right of all individuals to be armed. If you remember our good friend King James II, something he had to deal with back in domestic England was the rising Protestant majority over Catholics. And what better way to tamper a rising Protestant threat than to disarm all of them, which was exactly what he did, such as in the 1671 Game Act. Now, while this action may have only pertained to Protestants, its repudiation in the English Bill of Rights established a codified precedent for the natural right of all individuals to keep and bear arms by stating it as a restoration of an ancient right and liberty. Meaning, yet again, that this is a right that had already existed and was not being created on the spot, but rather was having its protection codified into law. And that was the determination made by the founders when ratifying the Second Amendment. It is a natural right of the people to form a militia and bear arms as individuals. We have the right to self-preservation and resistance to tyranny. It is a self-evident human imperative. But now we need to get into certain contemporary issues with the Second Amendment. And first and foremost, we have to deal with the language and grammatical structure controversy. Because apparently people these days don't know how to read or comprehend language and historical context. So there are people who actually believe that the Second Amendment only allows the right of the people in a militia to keep and bear arms. And this is where we get into grammar Nazi territory and have to analyze each and every phrase of the Second Amendment. But to preface, you need to understand that words mean what they mean when they were written. Now thankfully, the late Justice Antonin Scalia did most of the research for this next part in his opinion of the court on DC versus Heller. First, let's get into the prefatory and operative clauses, both of which are present in the language of the Second Amendment. A prefatory clause announces a purpose, while the operative clause announces the resolution or action to be taken or not taken. And here's how the clauses are split up in the Second Amendment. Let's start with the operative clause and dissect it phrase by phrase. The right of the people. This phrase is used two other times in the Bill of Rights, once in the First Amendment and once in the Fourth Amendment. And there's also similar phrasing in the Ninth Amendment. But each time it is used unambiguously to describe individual rights, not collective rights, or rights that can only be exercised through participation in some corporate body, or a militia. There are three other provisions in the Constitution that strictly use the phrase the people, once in the preamble, once in Article 1, Section 2, and once in the 10th Amendment. And in each of those instances, the phrasing of the people is not used in the context of individual rights, but collective powers, powers that belong to the people. In each of these instances, the people refers to the exercising or reservation of powers, such as the reserving of power to people in the 10th Amendment or the exercising of powers in Article 1, Section 2. Not rights, powers. Nowhere else in the Constitution does a right attributed to the people refer to anything other than an individual right. What's more is that in all instances of the phrase the people, it is used in reference to a class of people who are members of a national community or connection with this country. Meaning that when we say the people, we are not referring to subsets of people, like people in a militia, but are referring to the whole people. This is in opposition to the prefatory clause when it mentions the militia, as a militia is a subset of people. So reading the Second Amendment as protecting only the right to keep and bear arms in an organized militia therefore fits poorly with the operative clause's description of the holder of that right as the people. Another thing to understand about prefatory and operative clauses is that a prefatory clause does not limit or expand the scope of an operative clause. In fact, as stated in a general treatise on statutes by Sir Fortunatus Dwars from 1848, it is nothing unusual in acts for the enacting part to go beyond the preamble. The remedy often extends beyond the particular act or mischief which first suggested the necessity of the law. And in regards to the English court case Copeman v. Gallant in 1716, the Lord Chancellor Hardwicke stated that I can by no means allow of the notion that the preamble shall restrain the operation of the enacting clause, and that because the preamble is too narrow or defective, therefore the enacting clause, which has general words, shall be restrained from its full latitude, and from doing that good which the words would otherwise and of themselves import. So when you talk about something particular, like a militia, that doesn't then constrain the following phrase of the people into the context of a militia, meaning that the Second Amendment protects an individual right of all Americans. So now we move on to the phrase to keep and bear arms. Let's start with the word arms. The 18th century meaning of the word arms is the exact same meaning as it is today. In the 1773 edition of Samuel Johnson's dictionary, it defined the word arms as weapons of offense or armor of defense. And the 1771 legal dictionary by Timothy Cunningham defined the word arms as anything that a man wears for his defense, or takes into his hands, or useth in wrath to cast at or strike another. And even the 1828 Webster's American Dictionary of the English Language also uses the same phrasing. And even today's Webster's definition of the word arms is the exact same as it was back then. The word arms, then as now, does not apply only to military service or service in connection to a militia. In fact, here's an example sentence from Timothy Cunningham's 1771 legal dictionary. Servants and laborers shall use bows and arrows on Sundays, and not bear other arms. Even the 1783 thesaurus titled The Distinction Between Words Synonymous in the English Language, while it may have limited the term arms to instruments of offense generally made use of in war, it also states that arms constitute all firearms. At this point, some of you might be seeing now how this intersects with the "it only applies to muskets" argument. We'll get to that in a bit, but let's finish off this militia argument. So now let's dig into the meaning of the word keep. Going back to the 1783 thesaurus, it defines the word keep as we keep what we intend not to part with. We keep that which is our own. And the 1773 edition of a dictionary of the English language defines it as to retain, not to lose, and to have in custody. So now knowing what arms means, to keep arms can most naturally be read as to have weapons. Now there's no specific phrasing of to keep arms in a dictionary, but the way the phrase was commonly used and referred to was as a way of possessing arms, both individually and also in regards to a militia. Some people cite laws in Delaware, New Jersey, and Virginia that stated the phrase keep arms in the context of a militia, meaning that you can only use the phrase keep arms when talking about a militia. But Justice Scalia points out that that's like saying that because there are many statutes that authorize aggrieved employees to file complaints with federal agencies, that the phrase file complaints has an employee-related connotation, and that you can't file a complaint for any other reason if you're not an employee of an institution. Yeah, that doesn't quite work, guys. Moving on to the next phrase of bear, this has always, then and now, meant to carry. Here's that 1773 dictionary again. But when used in the context of arms, good old Justice Ruth Bader Ginsburg seems to have given a very good descriptor of its meaning in Muscarello v. United States when analyzing the meaning of the phrase carries a firearm. In that case, she wrote, "Surely, a most familiar meaning is, as the Constitution's Second Amendment indicates, wear, bear, or carry, upon the person or in the clothing or in a pocket, for the purpose of being armed and ready for offensive or defensive action in a case of conflict with another person." Nowhere here is the act of bearing arms mentioned in relation to service in a militia or other organized military unit. Moreover, in 9 state constitutional provisions written in the 18th century or the first 2 decades of the 19th, they enshrined a right of the citizens to bear arms in defense of themselves and the state, or bear arms in defense of himself and the state. It is clear from those formulations that bear arms did not refer only to carrying a weapon in an organized military unit. When Justice James Wilson analyzed the Pennsylvania Constitution's arms-bearing right, he also recognized it as a natural right of self-preservation in defense of one's person or house. Once again, this is an individual right not limited to service in a militia. There is no dictionary that defines the phrase bear arms only in relation to military service, and there are numerous instances of its usage in non-military affairs, such as the already mentioned example sentence from Cunningham's 1771 legal dictionary. So any usage of the phrase bear arms in military contexts do not limit the term to that context. This is important because the former Justice John Paul Stevens and the dissent in the D.C. v. Heller case pointed to a study by various professors of linguistics and English that cited 110 instances of the phrase bear arms being used in the context of military service. So according to them, the phrase bear arms can only mean the carrying of arms for military purposes. This is how the dissent decided to reason. Well, if the founders wanted to say that all people have the right to carry arms, they should have made a qualifier after bear arms and written something like the right to bear arms for all citizens of America not in a militia, or something. But as Antonin Scalia points out, this makes absolutely no sense. If the idea is that bear arms can only mean to carry arms for military purposes, then you can't add a modifier to that statement outside of military purposes because it would blatantly contradict the phrase it is trying to modify. So a sentence like the right to bear arms for the purpose of killing game, which was a sentence that these professors decided to exclude, in this context would be like something out the mouth of a moron. So you can only carry a weapon for military purposes to hunt animals? Yeah, no. Bear arms means to carry arms, or possess arms, or have arms. And the fact that you can modify with purposive qualifiers objectively means that it is not limited to military use. But also, the phrase bear arms has a different idiomatic meaning when you place the word against after it, which directs hostilities towards a target for the purposes of war, fighting, military service, or serving as a soldier. And in nearly all of the examples that the professors of linguistics and English gave, they include the word against after bear arms. Now obviously, if these professors and linguists decided to give bear arms this idiomatic meaning, to bear arms would cause the protected right to consist of the right to be a soldier or to wage war, an absurdity that no commentator has
Can't exactly wage war with a book now, can you, Katoja?
Stevens created a hybrid meaning of the phrase bear arms to mean to carry arms in connection with service in the military, or in this case a militia. Again, no dictionary anywhere has ever taken on this meaning of bear arms. Antonin Scalia also writes that worse still, the phrase keep and bear arms would be incoherent. The word arms would have two different meanings at once. Weapons as the object of keep, and as the object of bear, one half of an idiom. It would be rather like saying he filled and kicked the bucket to mean he filled the bucket and died. For those viewers watching who are not well accustomed to the English language, another meaning of the phrase kick the bucket means to die. But even in the original English Bill of Rights, which was again the primary source of inspiration, there was no mention of an individual right to bear arms in relation to a militia. In fact, William Blackstone, in his commentaries on the laws of England from 1765, made no mention of military service or militia when he talked about the natural right of resistance and self-preservation, and the right of having and using arms for self-preservation and defense. Nowhere here does he talk about
This is talking about the fact that a government will take control of you, and it'll start by taking your right to defend yourself. In the very beginning of the video, it covers that.
Was by the time of the founding understood to be an individual right protecting against both public and private violence. And
See?
no word games on the meaning of bear arms and keep and right of the people is going to change that historical and textual context. So now let's shift back over to the prefatory clause and analyze each of these words and make sure they're in concordance with what was just described in the operative clause. A well-regulated militia.
Where you live does not matter on that, Kasana. This covers the entire history of any country, any government that has not done that. In Sweden, they are taking your rights away from you. Every other country, they will take your ability to defend yourself against you. And this is exactly what it's covering. No matter where you are in the world, this is a video that is important to you.
Wrote about a militia amounting to near 500,000 of citizens with arms in their hands, officered by men chosen from among themselves, fighting for their common liberties, and united and conducted by governments possessing their affections and confidence. Thomas Jefferson, another founding father, in his letter to Deschutes de Tracy, wrote about the militia of the state, that is to say, of every man in it able to bear
Because there has never been a single government that has not taken away the rights of the people and the right for them to defend themselves. The Second Amendment in America is what covers us to be able to keep our government from taking that away from us.
So as clear
Every government in the world has taken that away from their own people. And people have become complacent with that, thinking that it is not necessary. But you have no real rule over yourself or the defense of yourself from anybody that's including your government or people that are willing to harm you by any means without the ability to defend yourself.
But when they talk about the militia, they say that Congress has the power to provide for calling forth the militia, which means that the militia is already something that exists, and that Congress has the ability to organize the militia, not a militia, which connotes that the militia is a body that already exists and is not something that the federal government can just create. And this is something that Congress has already done with the first Militia Act of 1792, which specified that each and every free able-bodied white male citizen of the respective states, resident therein, who is or shall be of the age of 18 years and under the age of 45...
Yes, because we are pack mentality people. Human beings need some sort of leader, some sort of government to keep themselves in order. Otherwise, anarchy will kill us all.
Following it do not define what the militia is, over just organizing together a subset of the militia, as allowed by Article 1, Section 8. But the federal government has no requirement to organize all of them together, and so they can focus on the subset that they see the most use in when calling forth the militia. Next is the phrase well-regulated, which means nothing other than the imposition of proper discipline and training. This same imposition was used in the Virginia Declaration of Rights from 1776 when stating that a well-regulated militia composed of the body of the people trained to arms is the proper, natural, and safe defense of a free state. It does not mean federal government regulation like we know it today, or regulation from a governmental bureaucracy. If that was the case, the Second Amendment would have been framed as a militia well-regulated by the Congress being necessary to the security of a free state. Obviously, if this was the case, it would not provide enough of a separation of the militia from the federal government and the goal of preserving the security of a free state. It would be too close to the control of the federal government to preserve this free state should the federal government go tyrannical and start dismantling the militia or removing rights of gun ownership. It would make no sense for the Second Amendment, which was written as a protection from the federal government over natural rights, to also have that right act as a grant of power from the federal government. It's completely asinine and incongruent with anything. Well-regulated is not a grant of regulation to the federal government when literally the entire purpose of its existence is to declare an individual right that is out of the range of government interference. All able-bodied men are considered to be part of the overall unorganized militia, who are allowed individually or in concert to train and discipline themselves in the basics of military tactics in order to be ready to face any threats to the security of a free state. Which leads us to the last phrase of analysis, security of a free state. Now, this doesn't mean the security of each individual state, but to the security of a free polity, or the entirety of the organized society. Moreover, the other instances of state in the Constitution are typically accompanied by modifiers making clear that the reference is to the several states. Each state, several states, any state, that state, particular states, one state, no state, and the presence of the term foreign state in Article 1 and Article 3 shows that the word state did not have a single meaning in the Constitution. And so, as argued by the founders, militias are useful for repelling invasions, suppressing insurrections, rendering large standing armies unnecessary, and resisting government tyranny. So, now that we're all grammar Nazi'd out, and after all this historical, legal, and textual analysis has been laid out before you, does the prefatory clause fit in conjunction with an operative clause that creates an individual right to keep and bear arms? Yes. The history showed that the way tyrants had eliminated a militia consisting of all the able-bodied men was not by banning the militia, but simply by taking away the people's arms, enabling a select militia or standing army to suppress political opponents. This is what had occurred in England that prompted codification of the right to have arms in the English Bill of Rights. The founders were never arguing over whether or not such a natural right existed, but whether or not it had to be protected from the federal government and codified into the Constitution. The prefatory clause clearly indicates that because preventing the elimination of the militia is of utmost importance to the security of a free state, you cannot disarm the people, because the people make up the militia. And the most effective way to prevent the existence of a citizen's militia is to disarm the people. Thereby, the people have the right to keep and bear arms. What country can preserve its liberties if their rulers are not warned from time to time that their people preserve the spirit of resistance? Let them take arms.
And there you have it.
Now that we've laid out the facts behind the Second Amendment, we need to get into all the
Doesn't matter what country you're in. This is important.
Now that we've established this framework, it really makes tackling all the other myths a lot easier. So when you're arguing with someone who doesn't like evidence, or at least only cares about evidence when it supports their vision of the world, they like to do what's called moving the goalpost. So someone who's still watching and just lost all basis for their argument on it only applies to militias will now move the goalpost over to it only applies to muskets. Now if someone is still trying to make that argument at this point in the video, they really weren't paying attention to the last 40 minutes, because it was essentially already dispelled with. But hey, let's get into it. No, the Second Amendment does not only apply to muskets. You'd think my bit earlier on the definition of arms would have already taken care of this, but no. First and foremost, the majority of the founding fathers who signed the Constitution and took office in Congress were all lawyers. If they wanted to limit the Second Amendment to muskets, they would have wrote a singular object of a musket rather than writing arms. Secondly, this is not how we interpret constitutional amendments. If we interpreted amendments as only pertaining to the material objects of the time, then literally every single word I have been uttering is not protected under law. Because you see, the First Amendment doesn't protect speech in YouTube videos, because in the founders' days, they didn't have YouTube, did they? They only had parchment, quill, and newspapers. See? I'm logicking! I'm doing logic! Yeah, no. These amendments apply to all forms of modern uses, and that includes all instruments that constitute bearable arms, even those that were not in existence at the time of the founding. For anyone to think that messages they send on their iPhones are not protected under the First Amendment is absolutely ridiculous. And the same applies to the Second Amendment and muskets. And as I already stated before...
Hello, Joaquin. How are you doing?
Ratification of the Second Amendment
Welcome to the Ask Me Anything with Kencho, where I do my best to answer all of your questions to the best of my ability.
The goalposts will probably shift over to, well, they only knew about muskets. What? Okay, so this argument seems to try and justify the former unfounded argument by trying to say that the only weapons in use at the time were muskets, so even if they didn't specifically say muskets, they only had muskets. So I suppose in order for you to take up this argument, you need to be really ignorant on the history of firearms. And you have to also think that the founding fathers were just straight up morons who had no capacity to think ahead or ponder about what the future might look like.
Hey George, yeah? What if guns, like, get better?
The argument usually goes something along the lines of, look at this musket. It's from the days of the founding fathers. It only shot one round every minute. They never expected a gun would exist that could shoot more than one round every minute. Therefore, only muskets. Well, history doesn't really support this argument either. So let's just take a look back in time at all the weapons that existed and existed hundreds of years before the Second Amendment was ever written that shot more than one round at a time. Ever heard of hand cannons? These things were first created in the 13th century and introduced to Europe as early as the 14th century. Later renditions included hand cannons that can shoot up to 10 rounds. Ever heard of volley guns? This one's got up to 20 barrels. 16th century stuff, man. How about the duckfoot pistol? That looks like more than one round to me. What about the pepper box revolvers? These things were around for hundreds of years before the Second Amendment and could hold up to 20 rounds. Hey, here's a gun that was developed during the Revolutionary War, the Belton flintlock. And according to Joseph Belton, the guy who made it, it could fire up to 8 rounds with one loading. 8 balls, one after another, in 8, 5, or 3 seconds of time. He also had a way of modifying this gun to fire 16 to 20 rounds at a time. Oh, and the founding fathers specifically knew about this one. You know how we know that? Because the guy who made this gun tried to sell it to them at the Continental Congress. Yeah. Now unfortunately for him, they didn't end up buying his gun. But you better believe they had knowledge of a gun that could fire multiple rounds within seconds with one trigger pull.
Oh shit, cross that out, right of the people to keep and bear arms, except for this Belton flintlock thing, because it fires multiple rounds and that's scary.
Or hey, what about the Girondoni air rifle? This was already in service in the Austrian army by 1780 and used in the Napoleonic Wars, well over a decade before the Second Amendment was ratified, and could fire 20 rounds from a magazine in less than 30 seconds. Not only that, Thomas Jefferson used this gun to outfit the Lewis and Clark expedition with. In Meriwether Lewis's first diary entry, he mentions how he demonstrated the firepower of the air rifle to the people living on Bruno's Island. In fact, they nearly killed a woman when Mr. Blaze Cenas, being unacquainted with the management of the gun, suffered her to discharge herself accidentally. The ball passed through the hat of the woman about 40 yards distant, cutting her temple about the fourth of the diameter of the ball. She fell instantly and the blood gushing from her temple. We were all in the greatest consternation. Suppose she was dead, but in a minute she revived to our inexpressible satisfaction, and by examination we found the wound by no means mortal or even dangerous. They traveled across the entire United States with this gun and showed it off to various Indian tribes as they went along. Oh, and also, it's not a musket, it's a rifle. Or hey, what about the puckle gun? This was patented in 1718 and was one of the first machine guns or prototype Gatling guns ever created that could fire 63 rounds in 7 minutes. Or before that, there was the Kalthoff repeater, which could fire up to 6, 7, 12, or even 30 shots that could be reloaded in 1 to 2 seconds. So all of these guns had either existed before or during the time of the Revolutionary War and the ratification of the Second Amendment. There weren't just muskets in the world, people. Alright, I think that just about wraps it up for the Second Amendment arguments. There's still a bunch of other gun-related myths out there with things regarding semi-automatic weapons and firearms licensing and the such, but that's more of a gun control issue than it is pertaining directly to the Second Amendment. But with all the contemporary Second Amendment issues, there's one more goalpost that this debate shifts to, and that's you're racist. Okay, yeah, we're done here. If I have to say one thing on the semi-automatic rifle conflict though, just know that more people are killed from knives, clubs, hammers, and bare hands and feet in this country than are killed by assault rifles. Now, if you don't like guns, or don't like the Second Amendment in general, or are in favor of certain gun control policies, you can take that stance, and you can try to argue and reason for that stance. What you can't do is to start lying about the Second Amendment and what it has meant and been interpreted to mean for centuries. That's not going to help you. And in my opinion, the 1846 Supreme Court case of Nunn versus Georgia sums all of this up perfectly. The right of the people to bear arms shall not be infringed. The right of the whole people, old and young, men, women, and boys, and not militia only, to keep and bear arms of every description, not such merely as are used by the militia, shall not be infringed, curtailed, or broken in upon in the smallest degree, and all this for the important end to be attained, the rearing up and qualifying a well-regulated militia so vitally necessary to the security of a free state. Our opinion is that any law, state or federal, is repugnant to the Constitution and void, which contravenes this right, originally belonging to our forefathers, trampled underfoot by Charles I and his 2 wicked sons and successors, re-established by the Revolution of 1688, conveyed to this land of liberty by the colonists, and finally incorporated conspicuously in our own Magna Carta. It was clear in the 18th century what the Second Amendment meant. It was clear in the 19th century. It was clear before ratification. It was clear after ratification. This is what the Second Amendment has always meant throughout its entire history, and always will mean. Now get your hands off my goddamn guns!
Well, I hope you all enjoyed that video. Very informative, and it will tell you exactly what you need to know. Every single country in the entire world, every single government in the entire world has done what they could to take away the right of the people to be able to defend themselves. And with that, their ability to actually speak out against their government. And this is why complacency has ruined our nation and our entire world for centuries. The Second Amendment is one of the most important amendments within the American Constitution and will always be there. Now, we're on to the next video that Kazana wanted us to watch. Actually, she requested 2 videos. Oh, that was something. All right, next one. I've done that to my cat before. That was something. All right. Yes. He did not like it at all. He was also smart enough to get himself out of it though. Joaquin, any questions, my friend? Another video request by Kazana. Put it on right after this song. No questions, Joaquin?
Chum, I'm not a gnolf. I'm not a gnoblin. I'm a gnome, and you've been gnomed.
Okay. Welcome, everyone, to the Ask Me Anything with the Ken Show, where I will be doing my best to answer any and all questions that you present to me to the best of my ability. Thank you all for watching. I really do appreciate it. And don't forget, I love you all. To Kensho not doing anything this is stream. So, adios. Adios. Take care, Joaquin. Thank you for stopping by. At this point, I am sure that you all are very curious as to why I'm not playing any games today. Well, I'll go ahead and answer that. Oh, hold on one second. I want to get on my jacket before I answer this. There we are. So, I'm sure a few of you already know that I do have a 10-year-old PC at this point. The processor is obviously not being able to handle the games that I've been playing, and the streams have been quite laggy as of late. So, I'm doing this Ask Me Anything as a way of saying, hey, I do apologize. I could be playing games, 2D games if you want me to, or I could be playing VR chat occasionally from time to time, which is what I want to be streaming in anyway. But, at this point, this is about the extent of what my PC can handle. Talking to you guys in real time, whenever you want, and answering any of your questions. I know that there are some of you out there that don't really like, reaction videos and so on, but essentially that's all I can do at this point. So, I can watch YouTube videos, I can listen to music, I can talk to you all, I can answer your questions, and I can also be there for you whenever you need me. As for buying a new PC, I am currently looking for a new job, as you already know, Kazana. I'm looking for two, actually. Two very good ones. So, well, one that's okay, but either way, the fact is they have to be paying at least $10 to $15 an hour. And that's what I've been doing ever since the new year, which is also why I haven't been streaming too often. I do apologize. Again. Profusely. As many times as I can. So, this is what we have been reverted to. So again, welcome to the Ask Me Anything with the Ken Show, where I will do my best to answer any and all questions that you have for me. Thank you all for watching. I really do appreciate you showing up. And don't forget, I love you all. Fly us. Welcome back, Kaito Raigeki. Really do appreciate you stopping by. So far, Kaitozo has the most questions that he has presented to the Kensho. As for Kazana, they have the most videos requested for me to watch. So far, not so bad. We've had a grand total of about 20 views. So 20 people have come in and out of the stream so far. And at the max, 6 people watching at one time. Welcome to the Ask Me Anything with the Kensho, where I will do my best to answer any and all questions you present to me to the best of my ability. Thank you all for watching. I really do appreciate it. And don't forget, I love you all.
My heart rages around like an ocean in my head because there are so many things that I left unsaid. I can almost feel you walking in the distance, but I know that is not reality.
Hello, new viewers. Feel free to ask me anything, and I will do my best to answer all of your questions. Hey, Raven. What's going on, Raven?
What?
What's going on?
Nothing.
Saw you in here alone. I figured I'd stop in to say hey.
Are you still streaming?
Yes, still doing the Ask Me Anything.
Oh.
The Cancho.
Yes, Joaquin, how can I help you?
You have failed in your live stream.
I did not fail. I have had a max view of 6 viewers, and I have had over 20 viewers come through.
Yeah. I was weird for you to just see something in your live stream.
Ask.
Just not being a
I'm
black
still
screen.
streaming right now, dude.
I know.
So, do you have any questions for me?
And I just wanted to just see what you're gonna do.
Just waiting
See
for
what's up.
questions. So far, Kaitozo has the most questions asked, and Kazana1 has the most videos requested for me to watch.
Oops, sorry. Sorry for that.
You're fine.
Okay, well, let's just hope your live stream could go good. Because a promise is a promise, Mr. Gancho. You're saying you want to ask? Yeah, I would not say ask whatever you want. I would just say ask question that doesn't involve of you know what.
So far, I've had no issues. And he randomly leaves again as I respond to him.
Yeah.
So anyways, as I was trying to say before I keep on switching
Joaquin.
flipping panels.
Joaquin.
Yo.
I have just answered your question twice while you left the channel. So, we've had a grand total of 25 people come in and out of the stream so far. We've had a max viewers of 6 viewers. And Kaitozo has the most questions asked, whereas Kazana1 has the most videos requested for me to watch. Things are going pretty well. So all you have to do is ask a question.
Okay. Well, here's my question to you. Let's see if I have my question list here. What made you want to come and do this career? What made you today? What led you here and why it led you here?
That is a question that has been covered in my history as well as earlier in the stream. I am here to help anyone with any issues that they would like to present to me and to the best of my ability with the experiences that I've been through in my life. I chose to be a streamer at this point originally to help somebody else out with their Discord to grow the popularity of their Discord, the Dragon Ball Pro League. And from there, it was to just enjoy myself in VR chat. But at this point, my PC, well, rather the CPU itself, is over 10 years old and cannot handle too many games anymore. So, this is what I've reverted to. I'm going to have to be doing Ask Me Anything streams as well as interview streams with people in Discord, or reaction video streams, watching YouTube videos, or listening to music. Until I get myself another job, or 2 jobs, which is preferably what I would like to do, to be able to build a new PC.
If I'm able to get a CPU for you somehow.
I'm sorry?
If I'm able to get a CPU for you somehow. Huh?
That's like a fractional question. If you are able to, it would be very helpful, but it wouldn't be an easy process for you. And I would never ask that.
As I say, you can't do this alone, Takenjo.
That is true.
They could help you. As the same thing you could help them. As I always say, no matter what, ask and it shall be given unto you. Don't ask You're by yourself.
You want me to
Can't do it.
ask you for a CPU? I can show you a CPU that I need for my PC on the live stream.
Nah, not right now. Right now, I don't have enough. I could still have enough money for the CPU, but for any CPU. But so far, I'm trying to save up for something else than a CPU right now. And plus, I'm busy due to some other, Twitch tubers and YouTubers and etc.
Yes. I have gathered quite a few people that like to help all sorts of people, which I really do appreciate.
Yeah, but it's legit flipping work, and I stopped helping YouTubers now because of one reason. It's taking me away from my life, and also making me and my girlfriend life break apart. So, yeah.
Yeah, you need to look out for yourself. You always got to look out for numero uno first.
Yeah, anyways, I am going to join Fiona, so see you later.
Take care.
Bye.
That's the goal right there for this CPU. For this particular computer.
Hold on, there's a 10-second delay. Jesus. That's a lot of money.
Yep. Just for one part, I know. And it's only because it's so old. But then again, the price has always been around that for that CPU.
Oh my god.
Yep. Welcome everybody to the Ask Me Anything with the Ken Show. Feel free to ask me any questions and I will do my best to answer them to the best of my ability. Thank you all for watching. I really do appreciate it. And don't forget, I love you all. I'm gonna go ahead and pop down to Stream Watchers in case anybody wants to stop in and say hey and ask me anything.
Alrighty.
Take care.
You too.
I do not always shower before a stream, but I do my best to look good. Sometimes I shower after a stream.
Turn toward me and look so weak. I've never seen you with such tired eyes.
No, I'm still doing the Ask Me Anything. I'm just popping into VR chat real quick. I have a couple new avatars that I got the last time I was on VR chat, and I wanted to mess around with them. It's the longest load-in I've ever had. Wonder what's taking it so long. Oh yeah. Oh, the mouth is just a little triangle. Oh, it's so adorable. Pretty cool intro. Ow. Oh, the actual hat fragments. That's pretty cool. Interesting. Wow, that was pretty. Ooh. I liked it. Are you yes? How you doing today, explicit chicken? Oh, she comes in a giant snowman. That's pretty cool. I'm glad to hear you're doing well. I'm doing great. Thanks for asking. Welcome to the Ask Me Anything with the Ken Show, where you can ask any question that you would like to ask me, and I will do my best to answer them. Thank you for watching. I really do appreciate it. And don't forget, I love you all. Oh wow, her eyes look so cool. I really like her eyes. They are so captivating. Yeah, I really like that. What's up, Liz? How you doing today? Hello, I just joined, and I just exited VR chat because I had no one to talk to. I see. The game really has a bunch of people on it on all sorts of different public worlds. I meet people almost every time I come on here. Thank you for those videos you requested, by the way. They were funny. How you doing today, Gunmaster? Or Gunner Master, my bad. Oh, you set up your surround sound? Nice. Yeah, I have surround sound set up in my room as well. I love it. Gunner? There's so many gunners that I know, but okay. Gunner it will be. You like that, Abby, Liz? Yeah, it is quite adorable. Does a little purr and everything. I've seen so many of these types of avatars. Little cat mittens. Well, Gunner, welcome to the Ask Me Anything with the Ken Show, where you can ask me any questions and I will do my best to answer them to the best of my ability. Feel free to ask anything that you would like to ask me. Yes, anything. Thank you for watching. Thank you for tuning in. Really do appreciate it. And don't forget, I love you all. Take your time. I like how her hair just covers her face like that when she jumps. Nothing that good, my friend. It's a 10-year-old PC with the LGA 1155, an i3 3770, dual core processor, and my graphics card is a 960, which was graciously sent to me by Emissary, or SCP, one of my subscribers. Yes. He actually sent me a note too. Takencho. Hey Takencho, what's up? Just thought I'd leave a heartfelt note here. Wishing you probably a late Merry Christmas, but it actually came in on Christmas Eve. I hope you come to appreciate this token of goodwill. Sincerely, SCP-649. P.S. I apologize for the sloppy handwriting. I have bad handwriting too, so I understand how that is. Since the last week of August when I started streaming, it really, like, September, beginning of September. It was like the last couple days of August that I started streaming and got on VR chat. And then, yeah, I got affiliation within that September month. And I've been working my butt off ever since. Feel free to join the Discord in the links down below. We have an entire Discord of lovely, happy people called the Discord of Love and Friendship. Within it is our stream team, SNSSS. Oh, that one's pretty. At the moment, I am currently unemployed. I am looking for a job, and I have been looking for a job ever since the new year, trying to get myself something within the $10 to $15 an hour range. Been submitting my resume and putting in applications almost every single day, except for on the weekends. I do not do model making or do any type of commissions. I do not have the patience to learn how to do that stuff. However, within our Discord, in the links down below, the Discord of Love and Friendship, there is a large avatar creation team, and some of them do commissions. Feel free to join and ask away. Ah, there's your main Abby. This one time I got bored, then I learned how to make mods for Minecraft. I'm a smart boy. That's great to hear, Shishido. If you know how to work with Unity as well as Blender, this is a game that you can also learn how to make models as well. I was gonna learn how to make models, but that's a lot of downloads. It's only 2 engines. Did you know I was your first ever follower? I just had a different name and I never spoke in chat. I don't know why. No, I did not know that. How could I if you didn't tell me? I really do appreciate it, Kazana. Elizabeth, you are very, very awesome. I don't know, it really depends on how I feel. Yeah, it's actually a fun process. I've watched a few different people making them. It looks like it's very interesting. It's just learning all the different commands for the engine and then also knowing how the bones work. Oh my gosh. My brain just went fuzzled. I tried to make a stick figure and I just couldn't even get the positions to work, and putting bones in it was like, oh my gosh, look at her, but I just couldn't figure it out. Ugh. I spent like over a month trying to figure it out though. Honestly, the Minecraft mods aren't that hard. I just don't understand some of the values. It's beautiful out here. Want to see my favorite spot on the map? It's actually on the complete opposite end over there, where like there's more smoky, you know, galaxies and such. Like I make armor weapons and I made a dimension, but I don't know how to make mods because of like 2 values. Liz. Let's go on the other side, over here where there's like galaxies. No? I'm gonna stay here. Nymphany95 is live on Kingdom Hearts 2, but this game isn't easy. First impressions. Feel free to watch. The Zombo God 777, new member of the Discord. Welcome. Hope you enjoy your time here. KH2 is Nidorino. What's KH2? Also, I can't play any Xenoverse 2 today because of my lag. Oh, yeah. No, the servers itself, after that update, have been quite odd with the lag. And I am definitely behind a conspiracy theory that they are being told to make that game laggy for the... Oh, Kingdom Hearts 2. Okay, yeah. But yeah. But I'm definitely behind the conspiracy theory that Bandai is, for some reason... Wait, is it Bandai? Yeah, their publisher, for some reason, is just telling them to make the game laggy when they had a very good server netcode originally, and after the first couple updates when the first DLCs came out, to make it less of a enjoyable experience for those people that are playing Fighter Z. I don't know why Dimps would even do that unless they're being paid to do it by their publisher to say, hey, we need to lower the popularity of your game to up the popularity of Fighter Z, because every single time that game soars in popularity whenever a new update comes out for it, they come up with another update, and that one there decides to make the game even more laggy. It's happened time and time again with it, and it just doesn't make any sense. Especially when the server connection was perfectly fine, there was no reason for that update to do that. Respawn? Alright. Huh. I didn't know there was a hole in the map right there. I usually walk all the way around. Yeah, this is the side of the map that I really like. Right over here. What's that? Screenshot and put it as my background? I could do that. Well, I could just, find a picture of the Milky Way and put it in my background. 'Cause that's what this is. Yeah, I really do like stars. I really do like space. Hey. Hey, Liz, did you grab this Abby from me? So that she can fly? Did you copy this one? No? Hold on. Here. Copy it and save it. Alright, now come over to the under part of the map where we just were over here. And we'll go underneath the map and just fly. Come on. You ready? 3, 2, 1. Yeah. Now this is beauty. Beauty personified. Pretty cool, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Actually, I'll just... Uh-oh. Treehouse in the shade. Xmas update. Alright, let's do it. Did you make this like an invite only or something?
Invite only.
Can you open up a friends plus so I can get Never Die in here with us? Looks like he wants to join us.
Invite plus.
It won't let me invite him.
I do invite plus.
I don't know why invite plus doesn't work right. Okay. Well, it says that I need to ask you to invite them. Yeah. Friends. No. Do Friends Plus. It doesn't work. For real, it doesn't work.
What do you mean?
Like, it won't let me invite other people and invite Plus. We'd have to do Friends Plus.
This isn't friend or invite plus.
There we go. Thank you, Liz. Let me turn up the game so I can hear people better. There we go. Hey, Never Die.
What's up, bro?
Not much. How you been?
Pretty good. How about you, man?
Doing great. Doing an Ask Me Anything right now with the stream.
Oh, how's the stream coming along?
It's doing pretty well, actually. I've had over 25 people come in and out of the stream so far. A max view count of 6. And Elizabeth here was the one who had requested the most videos for me to watch on YouTube before I got onto a game. And then Katojo had the most questions asked.
Noise. I just ran into B.
Who?
Hey, I'm B.
Oh, really? They're online?
Yeah.
That's cool. Hey, Greek, what's going on?
Not much.
I like those wings.
Yeah, thanks, man.
Do they work?
Nah.
Ah. I got an Abby with wings that work.
Oh, man.
You want to see?
Yeah, man.
Alright, hold on. Zuzu, how you been? I'm doing great.
I'm chilling, big.
Yeah, chilling like a villain? Here you go, Greek.
Yeah, man. Oh, wow, that's nice.
Yep.
I'm actually so tired. What are you doing here? He invited me here.
Well, shit, hit me up when you're done streaming, TC.
Why, what's up?
Well, you wanted to have a conversation. Catch me up on that.
Oh, yeah. There was quite a few things that went down in the Discord a little bit ago, but... And I say a little bit ago, I mean like last month or so? But yeah, everything seems to be resolved. It's just a matter of catching you up to current events and also what you missed at the meeting that you didn't show up to because you were busy with IRL stuff, which is understandable.
Yeah. I'll tell you a little bit about that. It was a trip.
Yeah, I'll be done in about, I want to say, an hour and 20 minutes. I'm trying to do 4-hour streams.
Do your thing, bro. Hit me up when you're done.
You gonna be on, or?
Go find... Yeah. I'll be on the computer all day.
Alright, well then I'll send you an invite.
Alright, brother.
Alright, dude. Take care. Thanks for stopping by.
Peace. Always.
Having fun, Liz? It looks dizzying. Huh?
I want to kick them all. I don't know them.
I don't know two of them either, but it's not a big deal.
For me, it is.
That's not that bad.
I like this one.
It's not that bad.
You changed.
I know I did. Ooh, this one's pretty.
I wish I had in my.
Don't turn around.
I've never seen you with such tired eyes. And everything
What is that supposed to be?
we just traded for a suit coat and a tie.
Oh, where'd he go?
I have no idea. He did not respawn. I think he might have pooped. Ooh. So cool. I really like that. Whoa.
I wish I had my own.
You're on what?
I wish I had my own avatar.
You're on an avatar?
But I can make avatars, so.
Socks and shoes right off. That natural light is so damn polite, can make you feel just like you were young again.
You said that you wish you had your own avatar? Well, there are plenty of avatar creators in the Discord that you can talk to.
I'm not good.
Well, maybe I'll see about getting you one whenever I get myself a job and some actual money income. Let me get one. Dang it. As soon as I got into it. I know, as soon as I got into it, I moved out of it. There we go. Yep.
The fire is high, breathe.
We.
Ah, no, no. No! Oh, I'll not yet. Goodbye.
See ya. Dang. They went super fast. Wait, where is the treehouse actually? Where are we? Oh, there it is. Dang, we were really far away from the treehouse. I made it back.
Yeah, I know.
It was hard to figure out where the treehouse was at first, too. You changed the background.
Stop. Let go. Let go of the controller.
You gonna throw me around? Hold on, wait. Let me get closer to you. Here. There you go. Well, I can't grab it now. It's inside of me. Oh.
Oh my god, so weird. Press tab.
Yeah, I can't grab it.
Press tab. Hold tab.
I can't grab it.
No, hold tab.
I am.
It's holding tab because I can't move to the side. I can't lift to the sides. It's all lift up and down.
I can when I hold tab. Oh yeah, you're right. You can only look up and down when you're holding tab. Huh.
It's here, mouse too.
Yeah, I know that. Fiona told me about that. Back a while ago with one of the updates, you had a short avatar, you couldn't really see your menu to be able to touch it. So holding tab was the only option you could use.
This one's weird. How do you move it around? Do you have controller?
Yeah. Xbox 360 wired. Give it back. I can't. I almost there to reach it. Almost. Oh, yeah, I got it. I'm faster than you.
You can have it.
That breathe though. I can't grab it. Oh, jeez. Ugh.
Did you know that wasn't even a re? I screeched.
It was just something when I heard it. I was like, what the heck?
We. Somebody else here. Oh, it's Shadow. Hello, Shadow.
Oh, it's Shishodo.
Oh, it's.
It's not real flight. This model just glitched a little bit.
Yeah.
I can jump up pretty high, and I can fly.
I can fly.
That's cool.
Don't leave me.
Got it. Boom. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Yeah, I got the screen.
I'm trying my best. I'm sorry, I can't get there all the way.
What?
I can't hear you.
Oh, I can hear you. Eh. It's not done.
I like that one. Ooh, my feet are cold.
Oh. I'm almost inside the cabin. Hi.
Hey, welcome back.
One sec. Yeah, welcome back. Yeah. I'm glad to be here. Oh, no, I couldn't.
So the lag on the Xenoverse 2 servers were getting to you?
Yeah, I mean, it wasn't just the server lag, it was just my personal lag. Like, I was getting in all the games.
You don't seem to be lagging in this game.
Yeah, it's kind of weird. Once I just change models right quick. This is better.
Oh, of course.
I mean, unless you want to sit in my lap.
No, I'm good. I don't have giant avies like that. I don't want them because I like being super tiny.
I'm tiny.
Well, you already know the flying avatar that Elizabeth had was the one that I had from somebody else as well. Kikomi Rose was the one who found it off of somebody else.
Yeah.
That's the smallest one we got. Oh, you're still using your Steam account.
Yeah.
If you want custom avatars, man, you're gonna want to get on to the VR chat account.
Oh, gotta make one right quick. I guess I'll do that for this session.
Yeah. And you remember, you gotta be on it for 2 days to be able to upload avatars.
Okay, it should take me about that long so I know how to make one.
Liz just copied yours. Oh yeah, Liz. Yeah, if you want your own avatar, you're gonna have to make a VR chat account and then log on to it for 2 days, so that they can upload an avatar to your account.
You just copy my avatar?
Yeah, she did.
Wow. I kid.
Oh, did the new Soul Calibur finally come out? Awesome. Very awesome. I'm alive.
Good.
I just, yes you are. What do you mean?
What do you mean? I'm dead.
You're living, you're breathing, you're here.
Sigh.
This particular background is very disorienting. You don't know what is up and what is down. It's like being
I like
underwater. I like it too. But it's just like, whoa.
Underwater, you can tell what's up and what's down. Unless
Not in deep water, bro. Not in deep, clear water.
if it's clear water, you can see underground, or you can see to the bottom of the ocean. It's sus. Or sea, or whatever.
Yeah, like you ever just like look off into the distance in the water, dude? It's hard to tell which way is up and down.
What?
When you're in the ocean, you've never like sat underwater and looked off into the distance. It's hard to tell which is up and down.
Yeah, kinda is. A wee bit.
Oh, hold on, my music just got cut. Oh my gosh, ow. That hurt my eyes.
It hurt my eyes too. Simple fix. Just don't have eyes.
Just gouge them out with a spork.
I don't understand why you said spork, but I like it.
Well, when you were going to school, when I went to school, in high school, middle school, it was during a time in which they got rid of forks and knives and replaced them with frickin' sporks and plastic knives. I don't know why. Apparently, there was too many kids trying to hurt each other with them. I know, like, when I was in freaking middle school, we made the joke, like, well, I guess I'm just gonna have to gouge my eyes out with a spork now.
Oh yeah, much better. I had to mute the music. Pretty loud. I'm gonna ask Elizabeth something.
I already know what you're gonna ask her.
I'm proud of you. Elizabeth, oh, there you go.
Howdy.
Where's Elizabeth?
Hey, Squiddy, what's going on?
Nothing much, I just got out.
Oh,
I went with my grandparents to just kind of hang out.
Oh, yeah?
And talk about our Disney trip next weekend, but they ended up buying me a pair of shoes.
Oh, that's pretty
So
cool.
I stayed out longer than expected. The joys of having rich grandparents.
The joys of even having grandparents still alive. Yes.
My grandmother, not by blood, it was remarried. She's like 52 and looks 40.
That's actually pretty cool. Yeah,
She never had kids of her own, so she looks fantastic.
There you go. Yeah, my
Yeah, I
grandmother by
kinda
marriage
got you,
is
little
like.
shit after you denied me.
Wait, what?
Stupid. I'm talking to my stupid bird.
Yeah, I was saying that my grandmother by marriage as well. She's very nice. She's got a few kids of her own that have had like grandchildren, but she still looks me out. And we have some really interesting conversations about politics and such like that. Whenever she calls, or I call her, whenever she sends me a birthday card or whatever. And it's funny. She doesn't even like Trump, but she agrees with everything that he does.
I have very Christian liberal grandparents.
He's doing this stuff right.
So
Just
I don't
not
always
in the right way.
agree with what they say.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of her views I highly disagree with. Like, she's like against abortion in any form whatsoever. Like, if a 14-year-old little girl gets raped and gets pregnant, she has to have the baby.
No, that right there is one of those situations where I was like, yeah, I could understand why she doesn't want to have the kid.
And she doesn't agree with me that they should make birth control, morning after pills free for women also. Women in lower income communities. I'm in a upper middle class area. I mean, they shouldn't really give it to people like me for free.
Yeah, but even so, people of lower income will end up using that along with abortion as a way of birth control, which is currently going on right now. And that's kind of why there is areas in which you can get those things given to you for free, but you have to go to those areas.
Yeah. That's what I mean, like places like Planned Parenthood should like be able to hand stuff like that out.
Yeah, but the thing is, Planned Parenthood doesn't really have that much regulation. They just allow the same people to come in like month after month, like over and over again. They really should have a little bit of regulation on that type of stuff, and they really don't because of women's rights. And that right there, I don't really agree with.
I just feel like if they made birth control more easily accessible.
It is at every Rite Aid.
I started taking birth control at 15 just to help with cramps. I take it purely for cramps. But I mean, my doctor, she like refused to put me on them. She's like, "You're too young, and they'll make you get fat, and and she like did everything in her power to like not put me on birth control." So I can understand why it's difficult for some people.
Yeah, but you gotta remember there is also long-term
there's
effects.
Two sides. Long-term effects to what?
To birth control, where like if you take them over a prolonged period of time, you can end up ruining your body from the inside out and keeping yourself being able to have kids.
So wait. You're telling me if I keep on taking birth control, I won't be able to have kids? Hell yeah! I don't want no little shit ever running around my house. My little shit is my birdie. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, he just shit on my fucking desk.
Oh boy.
He looked at me and crapped. You little fucking shit. Yeah, I'm looking at you. But man, I don't want kids. I can give less of a shit.
You see, considering the fact that I'm the last of my bloodline on the male side of the Slickerman family, I kind of need to have kids to continue my family name. Otherwise,
I'm the last. I'm the only viable daughter on. Well, I'm the only daughter on the Carol side of the family.
Charge complete.
But fuck that shit. I ain't having kids. I have awful genes. I have awful genes that I do not want to pass on. Also, I want to work like 60 hours a week. Working makes me happy. I'm a workaholic. And you know what? Why should I spend money on a kid when I can spend that money on a cruise? Yeah.
Make enough money, you can spend your money on both, but yeah, you can do whatever you want.
Yeah, screw that. I hate kids. I don't like how they cry. I have Asperger's, which makes me, a lot of my symptoms, I have like very small, but like one of my symptoms of Asperger's is I have very sensitive hearing. I am easily irritated by sounds.
Let's see.
For example, whistling. Oof, whistling drives me crazy. I hate the sound of a baby crying. It just makes me want to drop kick them like a football.
Oh. Poor little kids.
Poor fucking me.
I don't know, I love kids. I used to babysit them when I was younger.
What the fuck?
And nowadays I just babysit my niece once in a while. And
okay, I can say I can tolerate kids 10 and above. I don't want kids of my own, but I want to adopt kids from third world countries
I see.
and give them a second chance at a better life.
That's actually admirable.
Yeah, I know myself. I do not like babies. Babies are what's expensive, like having the baby, setting up a nursery. But I mean, if I get a kid that's 10 years old, I can just get them a fucking full-size bed. They can grow into it, and maybe the only thing that I'll have to change in the future is get them a desk or a computer, or if they want, paint their walls, which I can all do myself, and it's all inexpensive.
Oh, and clothing every so often.
Yeah.
Shoes. Let me tell you right now, shoes is the most expensive thing for kids because they constantly keep growing out of the new shoes you get them.
But I don't like babies. I don't like how they cry. I want a kid that can wipe themselves and tell me what they're upset about.
Mm-hmm.
Like, instead of just screaming, like, okay, are you screaming because you want food, or because you're hurt, or you shit your pants? What are you screaming about?
Well, they really can't tell you. I mean, they're babies.
Yeah, well, maybe they should learn how to fucking talk.
Well, you teach them over time.
I ain't got time for that.
Funny thing is, up until you're about age, I want to say 5, you can learn multiple languages very easily.
Yeah.
Which is actually a really cool thing that I would like to teach my kids.
I plan on going to the army.
Yeah.
So, like, until I'm, like, 30, I'll be, like, or 40 if I want to go the 30-year route. I'll constantly, like, be deployed somewhere probably, and constantly moving. And I know how stressful constantly moving is hard on a kid. Like, they have to make new friends, go to a new school, blah, blah, blah. And
well, if you got the money like that, you can just put them in a, you know, what are those things called? The schools that they live in. Oh, shit. You know what I'm talking about.
School. Yeah.
Yeah.
I despise those kinds of schools.
No, they actually give you some really good career opportunities in the future, though.
The only ones in my area are Catholic, and those are atrocious.
I mean, you could place them anywhere throughout the entire United States.
See, if I have a kid,
or even abroad.
They'd miss their parents.
Yeah, just make sure that you contact them and see them once in a while.
It's not the same.
No,
it's
it
not
isn't.
The same. Coming from somebody who has never had parents, it's just not the same. Like, it's not the same having my dad call me. For like the one time he visited me, it was so much different. But he's still a shitty person. I had an awful time with him, but still.
I hear you on the father being a shitty person. I've written my father off after many years of trying to re-spark and rekindle our relationship, and all he did was just be a complete dick to me every single time. It's just like, alright, you know what? You don't want your own kids to be in your life, then fine, whatever. I'm just gonna write you off. And the last couple of years, he hasn't even gotten a single birthday from him.
It's more or less that he doesn't want me in his life. It's just he made very bad decisions. Now he's stuck working every day of the week, on call 24/7. His first wife, who is my mother, killed herself because she was fucked up on drugs. Then he remarried. That didn't work out. He got a divorce. He just makes bad decisions and kind of fucks up his own life. I hope you're not streaming, by the way.
I actually am. You can see the purple circle.
No, I can't.
Oh.
It didn't fucking show up for me! Oh well. If
Yeah.
anybody by chance is listening to this, congrats, you heard my life story.
Yeah, I will be streaming for another 45 minutes and then I'm done.
Shit. Oh wow.
I'm pretty tired actually, honestly. I really should just cut it now.
Sleep is for the weak.
Hey, that's my line.
Everybody says that. Did you patent that shit?
I should have, honestly.
Somebody probably got to it before you.
Let them have it. It's okay.
Who is online? Luna. Oh, Sanders online.
Really, the stream today was just an Ask Me Anything, if anybody wanted to ask me any questions.
On a scale of 1 to 10, how gay are you?
I'm super happy. Even with a shitty life and ruining my entire life, I still am a very happy person. I can't help it. I've always been an optimist and looked at the brighter side of things.
BRB, I'll be back.
Take your time. Welcome to the Ask Me Anything with the Ken Show, where you can ask me any questions that you come to your mind. I will do my best to answer them to the best of my ability. Appreciate you stopping by. Thank you for watching. And don't forget, I love you all. Awoo! Da, 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 da. Awoo! This is a lolly_explorer.exe avatar. Hey, Katozo. Welcome back, buddy. What up, Davey?
What up, buddy?
Nothing much. Just chilling out. Still doing the stream for another 40 minutes.
Mm-hmm. Holy shit.
What?
The map.
Oh, yeah.
I never saw this one.
You've never been on Treehouse in the Shade? Really?
Yeah, I do, but I never saw this in the air.
Oh, yeah. This is a background. There's all sorts of different backgrounds for this world. You like the awoo, but you hate doing and getting yelled at for it. Awoo! Awoo! Yeah, I can't really do it right. Awoo!
Are you streaming, right?
Yeah. Oh, it's a sim! You're a sim!
No, I'm not a sim.
You have...
Take that back.
You have a plum plug above your head. What do you mean?
It's a player icon from SAO, but I'm technically not a player, but an admin.
Oh yeah, you're talking about...
It's Yui from SAO.
Alicization?
For Sword Arts Online, it's you. It's
oh,
Yui.
Yui. That's from the first 2 seasons. 3 seasons. Yeah, 2 seasons. Yeah.
It's the song from...
But that is definitely a plum plug.
Kirito.
You cannot deny that they basically took the Sims plum plug. You can't deny that.
Well, it's exactly the same what they also used in the series.
Yeah.
I also have this one. This is her mom. But
Asuna, right?
The icon should not be up. Asuna. I have Asuna, Kirito, Yui, and also Solaka and Libet.
That's cool. Kaitojo and Nymphety would like that.
I'm a knight of the blood oak. Oh damn, my face flew away. Just a second, I have to fix my black screen.
Yeah, Yui's an AI. Welcome to the Ask Me Anything with the Ken Show, where I will answer any and all questions you have for me. I will do them to the best of my ability. And thank you for watching. Appreciate it. Thank you for stopping by. Don't forget, I love you all. Season 3 has blonde Kirito and blonde Asuna. Yeah, I haven't seen the blonde Asuna yet, but I've seen her in the preview, and I'm up to episode 3 of Alicization right now.
I want to see season 3.
You want me to send you a website you can watch it on?
Yes, send me all of the seasons.
Well, it'll have every single anime you could possibly think of on it. Oh shit.
I have a black screen, I cannot see shit. How do I fix this?
Did something get unplugged?
No, everything is working for right. At least it tells me. Shit or her.
Are you online? On Discord?
Yeah.
Send me a message real quick, because I don't see you on the list. I may be blind. Oh wait, no, I found you. I found you just before you sent the message. Alright, there you go. Enjoy that website.
Oh, now I'm in. Now I really want to go watch anime.
Oh, I don't blame you.
Normally I watch on Netflix, but
Netflix doesn't really have that great of a selection. It has a couple good animes, but that's about it.
True.
I really liked my Funimation subscription when I had it, but there's just so many different animes from so many different companies.
They really should put something on Netflix that you have everything.
Well, there used to be
One.
What is it? Anime Network on demand on Comcast and on Verizon. But then out of nowhere, it just disappeared. And they were supposed to get their own network TV station for it, and you're supposed to get a subscription for it. I don't know if it's still around. It might be, but I haven't seen it in a minute. Violet Evergarden put me to sleep. I really, really feel bad about that because it looked like it really had a really great storyline, but dang, that thing put me to sleep, both the movie and the series. Ah!
I love Violet Evergarden.
Yeah, so many people tell me.
Story.
Yeah, so many people tell me how great it is, but it's like that thing really put me to sleep.
Really?
Yeah.
I will be right back. I have to restart my computer.
Alright, take care. He's definitely having some issues. What's going on, Kato Regeki? Apparently, Davey Visor has a bunch of Sword Art Online avatars. I was just saying that you and Nymphity would like them. Yeah, there's Davey there. A Yu-Gi-Oh one? I'm guessing that's from Alicization? I don't remember the name Yu-Gi-Oh. Whew. 30 more minutes for the Ask Me Anything with the Ken Show. Feel free to ask any questions, and I will do my best to answer them. Thank you for stopping by. Thank you for watching. I really do appreciate it. And don't forget, I love you all. Yu-Gi-Oh? Oh, so it's not Yu-Gi-Oh, it's Yu-Gi-Oh. Yeah, once I get past episode 3. Oh, wait. That's that one dude that he was making friends with in the first couple episodes, wasn't it? The one that was chopping the tree with the axe? You know what? I might start watching some more episodes of that tomorrow, considering it's my off day from streaming. I do need to get past episode 3. I'm really excited for the continuation of Attack on Titan Season 3 right now. That should be coming back sometime this month, I believe. This one is definitely an odd one. Especially with that. And then that. And then that. There we go. I was smoking, and I got hearts. Spreading love and happiness wherever I go. Achi Kochi, here and there. Little purple hair, cat girl is cute. Is that who I was? Yeah, that one there is quite the annoying Abby. Because it turns your entire screen black and make the entire world like all shaky. It's pretty cool though. I like it. And there's Davey.
I'm back.
Welcome back.
Yeah.
Can you show the stream all the different Sword Art Online characters you got?
Yeah, sure. Let's do it in front of mirror. Is a mirror?
Up here. Yeah. Yeah, turn it on right here.
Oh yeah.
Alright, so...
I have, of course, this one, Tosca.
Asuna. From Season 1.
Asuna. I have this one.
I'll let you know when it loads in. Isn't that the blacksmith chick from season 1?
Yes. Yes, it is. And I also have... Do you saw it? Fully? Voice string? I have also Silica. This is Silica. The one with the little dragon.
Yeah. The pet user.
The one with the little dragon that can heal you. And of course Yui.
Katosa just has Liz from season 1.
Mm-hmm.
Do you have that one?
Liz? I don't think so.
Little Yui. It'd be cool if they make, if like the avatar creator of that one made it a tiny one that flew.
Yeah, this one should be more tiny. Of course. From this one I have 2 versions. This one is Kirito, but on the time that they have dinner with each other without his full outfit on. And I also have the combat version of it. After Dungeon 1, I think. No, after the blacksmith one.
With the blue sword? Yep.
And also this one has a lot of lovely features. Like their swords and everything work. If I load in for myself. I can use the swords. And it should be in bottom for the other one also. And I think that was all of them.
Cool.
Yeah, that was all of them.
I really like that they gave us the feature to be able to save 16 avatars and also clone them.
Mm-hmm. If you want to, I can show you the way to the world. If you don't know how to get her, because you cannot drop instantly in Powder, you have to go to a separate world to get in that world to get the avatars.
Sure, why not? Let's go on an adventure for the stream. I got another 20 minutes left.
Should be in my recent. I think. Damn, load fucking in icon so I can see what I'm doing. I think it is this one. Don't go in yet, I'm gonna drop to see what it is. Yeah, this is the one. We have to go in.
Alright, let's do it. Let me save the world
Ready?
first.
Okay.
Alright, let's go.
Alright, take this button over here. And then we need to go to this one. This book.
So you can see what you do. Restless every time we start looking as a lost control of this paradise with honesty, but in the dead of the night, teardrops on the floor. The pain is over, feel the darkness take control. I'm alone, I'm a broken home. I gave you all the bricks that I own and know. I'm letting go, I'm breaking these walls down, breaking these walls down. If you want adventure, then fly to home. But if you wanna travel, then go alone. Yeah, what's the point in us if I never...
There we go.
If you're gonna leave, I'ma let you go.
Ah, you yeah.
Yep.
Alright, click this nerve gear beside the desk.
The little one?
Not on the one on the shelf.
Not the one on the
yeah,
shelf.
the little one.
Alright. A relative of Kayaba Akihibo was able to obtain a copy of the original server files for the game Sword Art Online, and in an effort to redeem the name of his family, set out to use this data in order to create a new version of SAO. This is the beta test for his recreation, built from the ground up to be a new, exciting experience without the looming threat of real-life death upon logging out. You are one of the lucky few to gain early access. Welcome to Sword Art Online Redo. This is really cool. Dungeon is now accessible. New fishing minigame is now available. Monsters are now deadly if touched. Portal to Gleam Eye Boss. World provided at end of dungeon. Created by my good friend Silica. Performance improvements. Login helmets temporarily disabled. Monsters currently have a bug where they will sometimes be struck for random players. This issue is being worked out on future updates. Wow. I bet this is really cool if you have VR. Wonder what happened to Davey. Yeet. Alright. So, this is an NPC. Welcome to Sword Art Online Redo. Please explore the town and make sure you purchase a weapon before heading out. Okay. There's Kirito's sword. Whoa. Whoa. Wow, this is actually really well done. Oh, Final Fantasy 14 type instance transportation area. Alright. I guess I can't go through it. Alright. Yeah, I can't go through it. Can I move this with my controller? Yes. Alright, cool. So I can poke it forward. Alright, cool. How do we get out of here? Yeah. Yeah, give me food. Can't go that way either. Welcome. Stay a while and listen. It's good to take a break from questing every now and then. Wait, where did my sword go? I had to go back and get a sword. Huh. Pretty cool. Definitely a world you're going to want to check out, Kaito, once you get your full body. I think I could just fall asleep here. And this is definitely a world you're going to want to check out whenever you get VR, your full body experience. You're hitting the clubs. Ooh, is it a dungeon? No? Yes? Maybe? Different area? Ooh, it's gotta be a dungeon tower, right? Ooh. He didn't last very long, did you? Oh shit. I dropped my sword and I don't get it back. Oh shit. Ah, this is that dungeon that we're all dying on in the first season. Oh, I bet you that the boss is at the end of this then. Pretty cool looking. You don't hurt me, do you? No, you don't. Gosh, how long is the path supposed to be? It'd be really cool when these monsters actually attack you. It is a work in progress, though. I really like how they put it all together, though. My gosh. The path is really long. Ooh. we're off to see the wizard, the wonderful wizard of blah. Oh, you can't jump off the edge. You actually have to follow the path. Upsetting. Oh my gosh. Who do you think you are? I'm having high hopes for the boss room. Well, we may actually have to do the boss room, well, get to the boss room for another stream one day. Because I am cutting this stream in like 2 minutes. But this is actually really cool. I did not expect, like, I've seen videos of this, like, here and there, little clipped videos of this world before. I did not expect it to be this immersive. I do wish that these mobs actually attacked you, but, like I said, it's a work in progress. Animals. Because we're all animals inside. Every one of us human beings. Tribal in nature, and we need a leader for our pack. Well, I'm gonna go ahead and log out the game and find someone for us to raid. Oh, Davey just walked right by me. Hi, Davey. I don't know if you can hear me. But yeah, I'm heading out. I sent him a message on Discord. Let us find another streamer to raid today. There we go. Thank you all for showing up today. I really do appreciate everyone watching today. He is playing Monster Hunter World. Hope you guys enjoy. Thank you all for showing up today. Really appreciate it. You all take care, and I love you all.
Finally, we'll show the world what we are capable of. Are you ready? Rated PG-13.